camera too, there wasn't any dog bites left, so I had to go and
Hi, my name's Conor Bentley and I'm a GB triathlete. I'm joining Sports Shoes Athletes in Residence for 2026. My aims for next season are sub 29 for the 10k and sub 14 for the 5k. And I'm really looking forward to racing the Alpha Flight this season.
Holy shit!
Hi, my name's Conor Bentley and I'm a GB triathlete. I'm joining Sports Shoes Athletes in Residence for 2026. My aims for next season are sub 29 for the 10k and sub 14 for the 5k. And I'm really looking forward to racing the Alpha Flight this season.
Well, good morning and welcome to Sedgfield for this year's English National Cross Country Championships. And what a morning it is here in County Durham. We're at Hardwick Park in Sedgfield, and we have so much to look forward to. If you're back racing, if you're on the course right now listening, or at home covering yourself in mud to really feel like you're on the course, well, for the next 5 hours we will be bringing you all the action from this National Cross Country Championships. We're back in the north, in the northeast for the first time in 13 years, and we're at a very beautiful venue with plenty of mud and plenty of fast racing to come. The senior men's race later on, well, it's going to be a corker because it features 4 of the last 5 National Cross Country champions: Richard Slade, James Kingston, Hugo Milner and Callum Johnson. It could be a race for the ages. We will see. That starts at 3 p.m. Weather conditions, well, it's not too bad. You can see the course is looking pretty good. There are some very, very muddy sections later on that you'll see, and they will only be in the latter races, but conditions should be dry, should stay dry. We have had a lot of rain this week, certainly in the earlier parts, but it's windy, and that is going to be challenging, particularly on this part of the course that you can see, this top section, which is flat, slightly downhill perhaps, and yeah, it's fast, but the wind will hit it. You can see the road to the right hand side of the picture here. That's a different challenge. Almost 4,000 have entered this championships, and here's the course for you. Well, when we get to F on the course, that is a particularly muddy section. It's like a tractor has driven through it 15 times. That's how thick and choppy it is. The senior men, they will do 3 long laps, which incorporates the red section at the top. And we will only get to the red section as we get to the under 20 women's race, which starts at 1:10 this afternoon. 10 races all in, 12.4 kilometres. This is the muddy section I mentioned, one of the muddy sections at least. It's proper cross-country running. It is a stunning course, and if you haven't yet taken a look, there is a brilliant video on YouTube, which is a tour by some of the Sedgfield Harriers who are hosting us today. A lot of effort goes into hosting a National Cross Country Championships, and yeah, if you've got time and you want to before the very first event, then you can head to Chris Lyons' YouTube for a guided tour of the 2026 English National Cross Country Championships. Sedgfield Harriers, by the way, who are the local club, celebrated their 20th anniversary last year. We will have the course map up during, and I will try and guide you around all the twists and turns, so you will see this one. But yeah, the under 17 women who start us off 5 kilometres, they will be running 1 small lap and then 1 medium. And then when we get to the under 20 races later on, we also have the fly card super sprint to look forward to. More on that later on. Some prizes for being the first to an early point, and our first races are already on the course. Well, you can see some of the club tents, or have seen some of the club tents, Bedford and County AC, positioned brilliantly right behind the start line. Lots of them, all the flags, that's where all the athletes will be trying to dry off later on, warming up. It's a brilliant start. It's about 400 metres early on before they turn, and they will do this turn on all of the laps. Everybody eagle-eyed watching on. Officials in their high-vis jackets bring everybody to the line, and then we'll navigate their way through the masses. You've got to be brave to be one of those officials, particularly at the National. Off we go for the first race of the 2026 English National Cross Country Championships. So, this first start, I should say, 400 metres, already the athletes fanning together in single file. It's a great start, it's fast, it's 400 metres in a straight line, some downhill sections, lots of twists and turns in and amongst the trees on this course. And there they are, their first sort of turn of the championships. These athletes running 5 kilometres. Coming up on the bank there. We'll figure out who everyone is, where they currently are in the race as they go through. Bit of pressure being first up. Of course, we have the entries. We got an idea who may be here, but we're never truly sure who will be on the start line until they're in the race. That's very much the case for these athletes. And how much support are they going to get out of the houses? We go past a housing estate on the long loop later on, right past the backs of people's gardens, and we'll see that later on. So it looks like we might have Julia Smykala in the Aldershot vest, and Aldershot already doing very well. Of course, this is a team competition, and whilst you might not get an individual medal, you could place well and see yourself picking up a team gold, silver or bronze. That's an opportunity for some of these athletes. Already seeing a group of around 6 athletes towards the front there, just spread out, and off they go on their first lap. The wind is going to make things very, very challenging today. What are these athletes pushing themselves, hurting? I think we might have had one athlete just stop on the side there. I hope she's okay. One of our officials running over. God bless, that's not what you want. You can just see in the background the Sedgfield Cricket Club, Sedgfield District Rugby Union Football Club. We'll be going past them quite a lot today. Do have some livestock who are often open grazing here at Hardwick Park. And these athletes now just about to link back up by the start for their second lap. And our leader here, Kitty Scott, the Aldershot Farnham District athlete, of course. Kitty Scott got great experience now in cross country. Kitty Scott starting to stretch things out on the start of this second lap. So Kitty Scott in behind her. That's a Highgate Harrier vest. Looks like Sonny Allen is there. Phoebe Langlands. Just behind Phoebe Langlands was Bailey Hughes. Salford Sophia Nation there. Sitting in Norwich vest is Violet Brook. And there's Ruby Weston in an Eton vest. Good to see them here. Abby White from Dartford Harriers, a long way from home from Dartford, that's for sure. Got Isabel Tutt near the front of that race also. But Kitty Scott, at the moment, the athlete that is leading out the under-17 women. So the under-17 women, they do one small and then one modified long lap where they will cut over from points F to H. So they do a bit of a half long lap, and Kitty Scott with company as they head out onto this longer section. Sonny Allen is right in behind, those two working hard shoulder to shoulder. Such a big field, really is great to see. Scott and Allen hold a shot against Highgate. A long old way around this course. It looks pretty good underfoot, doesn't it? Some of these sections not too bad. That's Isabella Tutt from Wakefield. And then we have Phoebe Langlands. Sophia Chapman, the Marshall Milton Keynes athlete, was inside the top 5. So Scott just edging this one. Allen doing the right thing, just sitting in. Use Kitty Scott as a bit of a windbreak. Two different types of running styles there, both very smooth and making this race look comfortable right now. This is a proper cross-country course, that's for sure. No mistake. Kitty Scott, still only 15 years of age. The young talent that we've seen develop, feels like for a good few years. She went to the World Cross Country Championships over in Tallahassee earlier this year. Didn't go her way on that day. Was second at the National Cross Country Championships last year. Kitty Scott. Got a silver last year behind Gabrielle Pinder in the under 15 category. Will we see her get on top of the podium this time? I wonder. So good to see a Highgate vest near the front of this race. Sunny Allen, only 15 years of age. These two toe to toe. Sunny Allen, bronze medalist at the Southern Championships just a month ago, came 6th at Parliament Hill. Those two races just slightly longer than this one, 6 kilometres, so using that extra strength, will that be a factor, I wonder? Allen, 9th at last year's national. She was some 75 seconds behind Kitty Scott, who got silver last year. These two now just navigating their way back through the gates, and you can see already the team scores as it stands. It is Aldershot, Farnham District, after that opening lap, who were leading well ahead of Rotherham Harriers, who we talk about packing 11th, 12th and 13th. That's brilliant work from Rotherham. That's the sort of performance that does get you on the podium. It's something I spoke about earlier on. Aldershot with Scott Coppola Johansson and Garcia Davis in the top 10. Again, only a couple of seconds between them. They were very packed in on that end of that first lap. Sort of what you would expect in the early stages of a race. These two side by side, both wintering well. Sonny Allen, bronze medalist at last year's English Schools Championships over 1500 metres. Has the speed, has the endurance. I would suggest at this point they're into the final 2 kilometres. Less than a mile to go. This is some dust-up. Kitty Scott in the red, Sonny Allen in the black and white of Highgate Harriers. Now, coming towards the finishing straight. It's come upon us very quickly. They are head-to-head. Looks like Isabella Tutt is still in 3rd place, and now Sonny Allen has broken away from Kitty Scott. Not much left to do around this bend, and then they have 90 metres to go. This is some sprint finish from Sonny Allen, finishing so quickly. What a start to this National Cross Country Championships. It's Sonny Allen that takes the title here in Sedgfield. A superb performance. Kitty Scott coming across the line for another silver. And Isabella Tutt has picked up a bronze, well clear of the rest. Kitty Scott in a heat. Well, they came across the line so quickly, we thought they were further back on the course. And there in 4th, Sophia Chapman, just ahead of Phoebe Langlands. There's Poppy Henson from Leeds City wearing number 1. That's Sabrina Capola Johansson in 7th place. There's 3 to score for the team in the under-17 women. Holly Cross of Liverpool. Maya Schofield there, the Rotherham athlete. Doing their chances for a team medal. Plenty of good. And there's Olivia Forrest just outside the top 10. Tara Ferguson. Otelia Garcia Davis. And that means, I think, we've seen 3 Aldershot Farnham district athletes. There's Katie Eildon, their 4th inside the top 20, and it is Aldershot that get the team gold. 2nd, 7th and 13th, Rotherham Harriers. They're only 9 places back overall in the end, so they did close on that longer lap, but it's Rotherham that get the team silver. Brilliant performance from them. It was Georgia Marks, the Chelmsford athlete. You see her so strong over 800. Stepping up to the 5K. March just 26th place there. And Chelmsford, look, picking up the bronze, the team bronze, 20th, 22nd and 23rd. Brilliant from them, packing tightly together. Only 7 seconds separating the 3 of them. And they'll get a chance to stand on the podium later. So well deserved. Well, brilliant first race. Sonny Allen taking the gold. 16 minutes, 17 seconds. Kitty Scott, another silver medal for her at the National. She is a youngster. We'll no doubt see her again next year. There's all the team scores on the right-hand side. Winterslow, Eton and Hounslow finishing in 4th, and then Hernhill back in 5th place. Four to score. We can't see the 4th athlete on that graphic, but it gives you an idea of who the top 3 athletes were for each of these clubs. The under-17 men are already on the start. 255 entries. They will do one medium lap and one long lap. So they will see them out on the extended part of the course for the first time. Didn't see that with the under-17 women. They're scheduled to do about 6.1 kilometres. See the athletes just clambering around the mud, trying to keep it off their shoes. You need wellies to go and do your warm-up in for this event. Again, it's 4 to score from the team perspective. See the 2 lines there. The athletes are held on that first line before being called forward just before the race, at which point those officials in their bright jackets step through the field, and behind them still a minute or so before these athletes are scheduled to run. So they'll do their medium lap first, which, if you've seen the course map, it's the yellow loop. It's about a mile, the short lap, just less. There again, the team results on the right-hand side for the under-17 women. The top 4 of each, good to see. All of them there. Blackheath and Bromley did very well with some packing. 6 here, 64, 79. Knitted together well. Off they go in the under-17 men's national cross-country. 255 entries. How many towed the start line, we can't quite say, but I can tell you, if it's anything like that women's race, we're in for a treat. Lots of the athletes on the entries with experience, and these guys are leathering this opening 400 meters or so. We'll keep an eye out for the numbers as they flash past. Certainly this climb calms everyone down just a touch. George Armstrong Smith, one of the athletes towards the front. Again, Eastbourne Rovers, that's a long way from home for George Armstrong Smith. Brilliant, he's here. If you're only tuning into the National for the very first time, you perhaps won't realise that it cycles between the South, Midlands and North on an annual rotation. Toby Pritchard with the cap, the Decorum Athletic Club athlete, front and centre with those black gloves. Sam Turner, the Shaftesbury Barnet athlete, near the front. There are a lot of twists and turns on the short lap. It's good, it's a challenge for the athletes to just navigate their way around, certainly in this opening lap where the athletes will be all packed together. Check of the watch there. Not often we see that. Looks like the wrist is heavily strapped of the man at the front of this race. So we are starting to get stretched out ever so slightly. You can see the athletes here just meandering their way round back towards the start. This is the finishing lane that they will go down. This medium lap for the athletes before they head out on their long lap. It's about 2 kilometres on this medium lap for them. Ben Allen in the green, Cannock and Stafford athlete. He's in the green leading this race. And very soon they will link back up with the start. Away they go. Breezy but not super cold in Sedgfield. (10 degrees, but feels like 4 degrees. Might have had a bit of sun if we were racing tomorrow. But it is a beautiful course here at Hardwick Country Park. Nothing's gone out at a good pace. Back down the slope, chance to build some speed. One of the athletes there just, I think, losing his number perhaps, having to carry that for the rest of the race for sure. I was wondering, is that Jake Norris in that Leeds City vest near the front? So still with Ben Allen at the front. Next to him, Rory Barclay-Watt in the blue. We think it's Jake Norris. Rory Barclay-Watt, the Exeter Harrier. So these athletes out on their long lap, they're done over 2 kilometres now, another 4 to go. This will really start to stretch the field out, particularly once they get to the longer sections. You can see Joe Scaines is in third in that Blackheath and Bromley strip. It is Norris, we're just seeing now everybody come up. That was their splits at the end of the first lap. And we can also see on the right-hand side the team scores. It's Blackheath and Bromley leading, not by much though, at the minute from Trafford and then Herne Hill. So Jack Ireland, the Macclesfield Harrier, near the front. So 3 of them then. Rory Barclay-Watt in the white vest in the middle. He's from Exeter. The man at the front is Ben Allen from Stafford, Cannock Stafford I should say, and then Joe Scaines in the black behind him. Well, these 3 athletes all together Ben Allen is the Staffordshire County champion this year. He was 16th at the English schools last year and has made big improvements over the last 12 months. finds himself at the front of this race ahead of Joe Skeins and Rory Barclay-Watt. Dake Norris, a smaller figure in the blue and yellow of Leeds City, is well placed in the minute, just finds himself adrift of that lead group. Joe Skeins just being left a touch here. Looks like Sandy McDonald is in fourth place. These athletes now, you see that top left picture is where they are heading towards the top part of the course, and the bottom right is when they are navigating their way through the G section of the course, heading back down south. They'll have the housing estate on their left hand side. This is a really tough part of the course, so muddy at this point. My God, it's going to be chaos later. These under 17 athletes, the first to have gone through it, which means they will be treated to a slightly lighter mud than we might see later on for the senior men. So Rory Barclay-Watt now finds himself at the front for the first time. Ben Allen in second place, Skeins there in third. Rory Barclay-Watt, 17 years of age. Third at the English schools last year, Rory Barclay-Watt. Second at these championships at Parliament Hill 12 months ago, was some 15 seconds behind Alex Lennon that won that race. This time he finds himself at the front with a couple of kilometres to go. This is a good section. When they come around the muddy section of the course, you can see on the top right, they have a nice straight which is about 300 metres, and now these two navigating their way through the middle of Hardwick Country Park, and Joe Skeins is not out of it yet. There was a look over the shoulder there from Rory Barclay-Watt, which was just to try and gauge where everyone is. These three packed in tightly. What a brilliant course. Proper cross-country. How often do you see this in the latter stages of a national cross? Three men all there in the mix, and the finish will come along very, very quickly. They've just gone past the H part of the course. They'll have a big shoehorn bend in a second. This is it. Looping round. Probably another 100 metres before they find themselves coming towards the finish running lane, which is the yellow section, big loop. Well, can Skanes find anything? There's another look over the shoulder from Rory Barkley-Watt. I just wonder, is he starting to feel the hurt? Or is he full of running? They've all had moments in this race where perhaps it was starting to hurt. You could see it just in the way they were running. Joe Skanes did earlier on. He managed to pull himself back. So, coming round. It's Rory Barkley-Watt. They've gone through the fence. They're now into the finish running lane. And Barkley-Watt has put his foot down and look over the shoulder again. He will remember 12 months ago when Alex Lennon pulled away from him. Those memories, all of the training sessions, spurring you on. Ben Allen in the green is having the race of his life right now. This is a tough section. It's not particularly steep, but it is very tough, and you can see there the marker there at the K part of the course. There really is not long to go in this race. Perhaps about 500 meters to go. And it is Rory Barkley-Watt that is pulling away. He's done 2 cross-country races already in 2026. He's won them both. It could be another fantastic win for him. A first national cross-country title. Can Ben Allen or Joe Skanes do anything to change the narrative? And Ben Allen, I think, has maybe just closed ever so slightly. They are coming to the crux of this race. The people in those houses in the background won't quite know what's going on at their back garden today. But Rory Barkley-Watt is pushing on. This is it. When they can see the cricket club to their left, they are so close. They will hear the cheers. They can see the finishing arch just to the left-hand side. And Rory Barkley-Watt here. 2 looks over the shoulder. Ben Allen gritting his teeth, pushing hard. There is nothing to choose really between these two. Fighting, and it's Ben Allen at the turn with less than 90 metres who finds himself in front. Joe Skanes is in third. It's the green vest of Cannick and Stafford. Can he hold on, Ben Allen? Rory Barkley-Watt is fighting back. These two shoulder to shoulder, but it's Rory Barkley-Watt that pulls away. He gets the title. He upgrades from the silver last year to take gold in Sedgfield. Ben Allen gave it everything. He almost timed it perfectly, but it's Rory Barkley-Watt with that experience that takes gold. Joe Skanes gets the bronze. Hill in 4th, McLennan in 5th. Norris coming through for 8th. It was Jake Ireland in 7th place. Well, Blackheath and Bromley with 2 inside the top 5. Brilliant performance, but what a sprint finish here in the under-17 men's race at the National. There was George Armstrong-Smith, Thomas Clerkin, and Erin Lessard there from Victoria Park Harriers. Inside the top 25, there's a Not Say C vest from Sam Collins. It is very breezy out there. Oliver Ward. Another Not So Sivas, could they find themselves on the podium? We'll see those team results trickling through. And it is Blackheath and Bromley with Skeins, Hill, Ward and O'Grady that get the team gold. So Joe Skeins will walk away with 2 medals, an individual bronze and a team gold. Trafford did very well to hold on. Only 14 points ahead of Hernhill Harriers that take the bronze, and they were well clear of Tunbridge. Of course, Tunbridge AC near the top on team scores. Well, brilliant performances from Rory Barclay-Watt, Ben Allen and Joe Skeins. Blackheath and Bromley, Trafford and Hernhill getting gold, silver and bronze in the team competition. And next up, in about 8 minutes time, is the under-15 girls. They race over around 4 kilometres. We'll do 2 medium laps. We'll be live with that. Our 3rd race of the day here from the Sports Shoes with Nike English National Cross Country Championships in just a few minutes' time. Next race already on the start line. The under 15 girls, 2 medium laps. About 250 entries. Lots of clubs represented. Can never miss a Bexley vest, can you? Got to be careful they don't get confused with one of the officials. Similar coloured jackets. So they will do 2 medium laps, and they will run on our course map A, B, C, D, J, K, and back round to E, and then loop round again before doing the exact same thing, and then finishing on the straight right next to the rugby pitch and the cricket club. The athletes all towing the line. Some athletes have time for a smile on the start line. Off they go. So, we've seen 2 brilliant races already. The under 15 girls, I'm sure, will be delivering something special. Brilliant venue here at Sedgfield. And it's a big week for Sedgfield. Shrove Tuesday with their annual Shrove Tuesday ball game. Some brilliant videos of that online, something that started a long time ago. Described as medieval mob football. Kicking and passing a leather ball through the village ball ring and scrapping over it for a few hours. We've been doing that for around 800 years in Sedgfield. Love those traditions. Hope they had some pancakes afterwards, maybe a pint at the pub. I think I read that if you are the first to get a ball to a pub, you do get a free drink, which sounds about right. I think most people will be playing to get that job done. A couple of Ellswick vests there, a few Ellswick vests all together, packed together nice and neatly. So it's a very quick start, downhill, then uphill, and then loops back round. So we've got Daisy Green near the front of this race. And Charlie Wiesel, the Mansfield Harrier. Cara Gorman there on the right-hand side here in the light blue. Super talent. Really strong on the cross-country scene. Also got Danielle McGlashan from Aldershot Farnham. A couple of Aldershot vests near the front. They're always so strong, aren't they, Aldershot? They've got such a great heritage of producing young female distance runners. And they really do thrive at these nationals. And there, just as I speak, another two athletes flashing past the screen in an AFD vest. Great to see some of the athletes that have already raced still in kit. They can't be that cold, can they, if they're still in shorts and a vest, but cheering on. So Charlie Wiesel, Cara Gorman, Gabrielle Pinder, just about 4th place there. So the three athletes starting to break away, just ever so slightly at the front, nothing to be too alarmed about. Still on the first lap, we're approaching the halfway point of this race. They are starting to loop back around. Remember, it is 4 that score on a team event, so some of the others just starting to catch up, using the speed on the downhill section. We could see another congested finish. Lots of athletes in the mix. So this under 15 girls race approaching the end of their first lap. Can't write off anyone at this stage. Winner of this race last year, Gabrielle Pinder. And Pinder is in the mix just on the outside, on the right hand side there, in the black shorts, the light blue top. She won this race last year. Cara Gorman, who is also near the front, finished in 3rd place. We'll see the lap splits after that first lap in just a moment. Gorman just back in about 4th place. We're seeing some of the athletes pull away at the start of this second lap. So here they are, leading 3 athletes. Charlie Weisel just drifting off ever so slightly. Windsor currently leading the team competition as it stands. Isabella Buchanan is the athlete near the front. We're seeing almost a similar bunch of athletes that were near the front last year in this. Poppy Guest, an athlete that finished 4th last year. We just saw earlier Sonny Allen, who finished 9th in this race last year, win the under-17s. So she has gone on to great things over the last 12 months, and these athletes potentially en route to something special. It could be a double for Gabrielle Pinder. And Pinder here, wearing 611, is starting to pull away midway round this second lap. It's Isabel Buchanan in that red vest on the right-hand side, who is into 2nd place. Navigating their way through the mid-section of the course. On the J section, they will now start to head back towards the finish, heading east before looping round south and back towards that finish. And with over 10 minutes gone, it is Pinder that leads. She looked so comfortable on that first lap, and just a small injection of pace has seen Gabrielle Pinder, the reigning champion, pull away ahead of Isabella Buchanan and Poppy Guest of AFD. So Pinder opening up a big lead on this second and final lap. I don't know whether that's her dad that was just running in the black strip or somebody that knows her, but doing very well to keep up because she is motoring here. Conditions here in Sedgfield, up in the northeast. Oh, very good today. About 10 degrees, breezy. Well, if Gabrielle Pinder can win this again for the 2nd time, she would be the first athlete since Emilia Goretzka to have won it in back-to-back years. Emilia Goretzka, the Aldershot Farnham district athlete, who was a super young talent, winning it back in 2008 and 2009, and I don't think anyone is going to catch Gabrielle Pinder here. She won by 9 seconds from Kitty Scott last year. The margin may well be a little larger than that this time round. The 2 athletes in 2nd and 3rd in the red vest, some 30 metres back now. Buchanan on the left, Poppy Guest on the right. Guest looking to get amongst the medals. She was 4th last year. How much would this mean? And here it is for Gabrielle Pinder, the under-15 girls national cross-country champion. Again, back-to-back titles in this age group for Gabrielle Pinder. What an explosion of speed on that second lap. A huge moment for her. Poppy Guest getting the silver, upgrading from 4th last year. And Buchanan, brilliant to see her take the bronze. Fantastic race. Buchanan last year 34th in this under-15 girls race. She's gone all the way up to the podium to take the bronze. A fantastic performance. Well, Gabrielle Pinder is really in an exclusive club, because not too many women over the years, and certainly not in recent years, have managed to win this under-15 girls title back-to-back. Amelia Goretzka in 2008 and 9, Charlie Purdue in 2005 and 6. She really is in an exclusive club. 9 seconds, the winning margin, the exact same margin from last year. She knows how to get the job done, doesn't she? It just goes to show how different courses can affect the race. Last year, the under-15 girls winning time was 16 minutes 19 seconds. This time, just outside 13 minutes. It's a great course here. Some fast, flat sections. We do have a bit of mud, but it's brilliant to see. So there's the team scores. Confirmed podium for the team winners. Cara Gorman, Zoe Allen, the top 2 finishers for Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow, who take the gold in the team competition, a long way ahead of Aldershot, Farnham and District. In terms of points, 45 points ahead. And Sale Harriers, brilliant job from them to take the bronze. So it's Windsor from Aldershot, Farnham and District and Sale Harriers Manchester, the top 3 teams in this under-15 girls race. Next up, it's the under-15 boys. They'll run the same course, 2 medium laps. They're due to go in 4 minutes' time. the 15 boys already on the start line. They will do 2 medium laps. You can see them in the top left corner of the screen. All the nerves standing around without racing in your shorts and vest. Those moments seem to just go on forever. And then when the gun goes off, no time to think. Jostling for position, and off they go. What a sight. A brilliant sight. This bottleneck in the under 15 boys will come to a point as they head from the start down the slope. It's a good start. It's about 400 metres there or thereabouts. What a shot this is. You see how quick they have to run to get towards the front, keep out of trouble. It can make such a difference to your overall finish position. There really is no time to wait or waste. It's a nice challenge because it starts quite flat and then dips down before they have to turn right and go up a hill. And that hill really does just knock the stuffing out of people. You have to keep building that speed, not getting caught off guard. 308 entries for this race. They are all here. We've got, I think 4 or 5 times that for the senior men later on. So if it looks like a lot of athletes on the course here, it's only going to be more later. So they're all here, coming down towards us on their first of 2 medium laps. Try and work out who everyone is, where they are. There's a Bracknell vest, Hercules Wimbledon vest at the front. So they're just heading from the B to the C section on the course right now, before they turn round and head up towards the D section of the course. Four kilometres, a lovely distance for cross country. It's quick, and this is a really good course. It's pretty firm underfoot for so much of it. All that rain we've had earlier on in the week. Not putting anyone off at this point. I mentioned earlier that quite often you'll see livestock grazing here at Hardwick Country Park, just openly. They are safely penned away, very happy today. I don't think they'd particularly want to be around the thousands of athletes and even more spectators, coaches, officials. They'll be perhaps watching the stream, maybe not. But beautiful, beautiful landscape here. We're already seeing 2 athletes just pull away from the rest. Where is that? Tom Hennigan in the Hercules Wimbledon vest. So they're starting to come towards the back part of their first lap. So it looks like we've got Taylor Tom Watts in the red and black, Brighton and Hove athlete. Our leader, which we believe to be Tom Hennigan, in that orange vest, pulling away through the crowds here, dissecting the crowds at the end of this first lap. That's Theo Creed from Hercules Wimbledon. Leo Blyton, it looks like it's part of our early leaders at the end of this first lap. We'll see their splits come up in a second and we'll know who everyone is. Again, it's a long old way from Hercules Wimbledon. So Theo Creed, Leo Blyton, Elliot Langley-Abar, Taylor Tom Watson, McDonald, all in there in the top 5. Away on that second lap. So Leo Blyton in the red vest from Bicester, from Theo Creed. These two just pulling away from the rest. Taylor Tom Watts is in third at the minute. Elliot Langley-Abar, the Bracknell athlete. I don't know if you can hear that. This is how it should be. It's cross country, isn't it? Exactly right. This is pure cross country in a brilliant field. It's great actually for spectators because you can see quite a long way from any part on the course. You can capture so much of it. It's quite open, which is really good to see. And those are the team results on the right hand side. See, Hercules Wimbledon were top at the halfway point. Brighton and Hove also going very nicely, and Tavistock just 1 point ahead of Bracknell. So Bracknell could climb 2 places on this second lap, then they would jump ahead of Tavistock and take the team bronze. Taylor Tom Watts did a brilliant job to spearhead that Brighton and Hove team. You never really know. Theo Creed, though, leading this race out. So, Creed from Blyton, from Taylor Tom Watts, and then Elliot Langley-Abar in 4th, and then it was Oliver McDonald in the decorum vest in 5th place. So we're just headed past the J part of the course, and now Theo Creed is over halfway on this second and final lap. Away he goes, opening up a big lead. Taylor Tom Watts is in 3rd place there in that black, or the red and black vest just behind Leo Blyton. Maybe a scrap for the silver. We've already seen something like that today. Theo Creed was 5th in this race last year, some 31 seconds behind the winner, Jake Ireland. Elliot Langley-Abar was 4th, the Bracknell athlete. He's currently in 4th right now. Deja vu for him. Taylor Tom Watts last year was 23rd and now currently sits in 3rd place. We will have a new champion in this under-15 boys race. Right now it looks like it's going to Theo Creed. He finished 5th last year. What a sight that is. Athletes just snaking their way through the fields here. Hardwick Country Park, a brilliant venue. Theo Creed, the tall figure, rushing off into the distance, increasing that lead. Just one more turn, and he'll be heading into the finishing straight. Blyton still there in 2nd place, but not by much from Tom Watts. Less than 100 metres to the finish. These two, who can find something extra? Here comes the sprint from Taylor Tom Watt. Can he get in front? Can Blyton respond? It's Creed who will take the under-15 boys title here at the National Cross Country Championships. Brilliant from him. And it's Blyton that gets the silver ahead of Taylor Tom Watts. And Elliot Langley-Abar in 4th place. Again, it takes a special athlete that can come that close to the medals 2 years in a row. Great consistency. Oliver McDonald there in 5th place. Theo Creed, the under-15 boys champion. That's another Bracknell vest across the line. Saw Josh Humphreys there. Harry Cantel. Elliot Rowe. That's a good finish from Caleb Bennett, the lead City man. Bingley vest for Rob Carter. With the top 4 go towards the team scoring. Dylan Gilbert, one of those Hercules Wimbledon athletes. Yeah, and Hercules Wimbledon have got the individual and team gold. Theo Creed, the individual champion. The team with Fraser, Ricky and Gilbert. Dylan Gilbert in 47th, rounding up that team competition for Hercules Wimbledon. Brighton and Hove with 3rd, 18th, 57th and 93rd in 2nd place, and Windsor Slough-Eaton and Hounslow 42nd, 46th, 50th. That's good packing. And then 70th for them, some 20 places ahead of London Heathside. That's really great running from London Heathside. And Tunbridge yet again very close to the podium. There's that Bracknell that have just jumped in 4th there ahead of London Heathside, being updated live as we speak. All Southern clubs though, the top 7 teams. Our next race comes up in 5 minutes. It's the under 13 girls. They'll do 2 small laps. And then it's the under 13 boys. Those will be our 5th and 6th races of the day.
Hi, my name's Connor Bentley and I'm a GB triathlete. And I'm joining Sports Shoes Athletes in Residence for 2026. My aims for next season are sub 29 for the 10k and sub 14 for the 5k. And I'm really looking forward to racing the Alpha Fly this season.
So the under 13 girls on the start line, almost ready. Another couple of minutes of nervous waiting for them. So, here we go. All there.
And you get 6k in, and you blow that feeling you get in like a 5k ride.
Again, in about another 250 entries. off they go in this under-13 girls race. 2 small laps. A short climb. Past all the support before it trickles downhill ever so slightly on this opening straight. The bottleneck becomes a spearhead, and already 2 athletes finding their way to the front. Last year's winner, Mia McGoldrick, the Settle Harrier. Madison Kindler was 12th last year, and she is already one of the athletes towards the front of this race. Super talent. All these young athletes are. Ronnie Coring, Warriors Pentathlon Athletic Club. They've had a good day so far. They were really impressive earlier on in one of the team competitions. Now Ruby Shaw, World City athlete, near the front. One of those front 3 which had got Maddie Kindler was part of that 3. Just seeing Ruby Shaw drift back in 3rd, and it's Kindler from Coring at the minute. Kindler has been cleaning up on the track and on the cross-country course already this season. Won the under-15 girls 1500 metres at the England Age Group Championships a couple of weeks back. She's only 12 years of age. That was the day after winning the London Cross Challenge Series down at Parliament Hill. She's had a great season, undefeated in cross-country this year. She's a Southern cross-country champion. Won the Essex County Championships a couple of days into the new year. Ronnie Coring is an athlete we've seen a lot, and she is somebody that is leading this race. 13 years of age. From the north. Haven't seen a race so far this season in terms of cross country, but she has done a 600 indoors. Run just a park run at the end of January, so she's been building, improving. She was just outside the top 50 in the inter-counties last year. Second at the Cardiff Cross Challenge, Ronnie Coring. And second at the Liverpool Cross Challenge. And the athlete that Ronnie Coring was behind at those 2 races was Maddie Kindler, who sits in second in those bright yellow socks at the minute. So these 2 know each other very well. Right now they are very closely matched. It was 12 seconds that separated Madison Kindler from Roni Coering at the Liverpool Cross Challenge, which is not a big margin at all. And it was about 19 seconds that separated them in Cardiff. So Coering in the minute just leading at the end of the first lap. It's Bailey that's in third place here. Shaw just moving down from third into fifth. Carlotta Bailey, the Hampshire Harrier athlete, keep an eye out for her red vest. Tough climb for Coering and Kindler. The London Cross Challenge just a couple of weeks ago, it was Kindler that got out early, and it was really on the second lap where she pushed on and created a big gap ahead of the rest of the field. We should be able to do the same here. On the right hand side you can see the team scores at the end of the first lap. This is the current standings. Darlington, great to see them up in 8th place right now. 2 athletes inside the top 20. It is Aldershot, Farnham and District that lead as it stands. These are the current standings. Warriors are not far off a team medal. Well, just as I spoke about Madison Kindler breaking away on the second lap a couple of weeks ago in London, she's done that here at the National Championships. Can she hold this on? Roni Coering, super young talent. Taking that race out on the first lap. It's what you want to do. I think she'd perhaps know that Madison Kindler's got a bit more experience of winning races just this winter. Coering, who hasn't done a cross-country race so far this year, that sometimes makes a difference. She's been working on her speed, having raced over that 600 metres indoors at Sport City. Coering looking strong in second. She is well clear in second. These two really are at the top of their age group in terms of quality, and it's a really tough climb, this section. It's not the steepest, it's just really hard work, and will certainly break some athletes over the course of the next few hours. We have about 3 hours to go until our senior men's race will wrap up the competition. That starts at 3 p.m. They'll probably be done in about 3 hours. Supposed to be around 12.4 kilometres. Really challenging some parts of this course. Looks like one of our young athletes there, Violet Fisher, that Horton Harrier, maybe just struggling with a bit of stitch as she came up that hill, has now started to power on. Felicity Green there, and then Dulcie Biggs. So Kindler has opened up a big gap here. Just shows good tactical awareness, doesn't it? Now with the rugby pitch and cricket club on her left-hand side, she knows It's into the final couple of 100 metres. Coring has done a brilliant job in second place. I love the way she took that race out. No fear or commitment. But it's Kindler whose speed has just got an edge on this second lap, and I don't think it's grown too much. Maybe Coring has got something extra. She is well clear in second. It's these two. Round the final bend into the home straight. Kindler will sprint up this hill. Coring knows the silvers in her back pocket. It's Madison Kindler pulling away. Another win on the cross-country circuit, and it's gold at the National Championships for the Brentwood Beagle, Madison Kindler. A brilliant performance from her. Roni Coring from Warriors Pentathlon Athletic Club, just 4 seconds behind, gets a fantastic silver medal. And who's this coming across the line here? It's Sienna Levine, the Pontefract AC athlete. And then Carlotta Bailey in fourth. Brentwood Beagles with Sophia Davies in 5th place. Warriors in 6th place with Daisy McVicker. Well, those two clubs, Brentwood Beagles and Warriors, bringing through some real young female endurance talent. Where will those team medals go? I think that's another Brentwood Beagles vest there. Leanne Esterhazen, 1055, just on the left-hand side of your screen. Brentwood Beagles, have they got a 4th athlete? We'll keep an eye out for those vests. Winterslaw Eaton and Hounslow, not far away. So Kindler, another brilliant performance from her, undefeated this year. She could well take the Cross Challenge Series in a couple of weeks and the Inter-County title. It would be a clean sweep this winter for her. When you factor in that England indoor title, a magnificent result. There, the team competitions are coming through now. My goodness, that's close, isn't it? Only 8 places between the top 3 clubs. Aldershot Farnham District taking the gold in the team competition. Bingley Harriers in 2nd, and then Brentwood Beagles in 3rd with 87. And Warriors, oh, they were so close, weren't they? 2 inside the top 6, and then it was just a strong packing from Bingley and Aldershot, both of whom only had 1 athlete inside the top 10. They were just well packed together, and that made all the difference in the end. I mean, look at that. Across the top 5 teams, South London Harriers did very well in 5th. So we have the under 13 boys up in about 7 minutes time. Again, they're going to do around 3 kilometres, 2 small laps. Another brilliant race in this under 13 girls National Cross Country Championships. The under 13 boys up very soon. Wow, I don't think I've ever quite seen wind take over all the barriers by the finishing straight at a cross-country race before. I did see the wind blow over the results screen at the England Championships last year, but yeah, I said that it was windy today. The gusts were certainly scheduled to get a little bit stronger as we got towards the early part of this afternoon. The under 13 boys looking very excited to get going. That's good to see. Well, they're almost ready to go. What would be our 6th race of the day. And there's no pen starts here at the National. Just got to get to the start line and get the best position you can. Well, it's always nerve-wracking, isn't it? You're never quite sure who's going to be here. Some of these athletes will have seen each other from schools races, and certainly the regional championships, the Northerns, Southerns and Midlands, which took place last month. So it's not the first time they'll be used to big fields. This, though, perhaps bigger than anything they will have experienced for these young athletes. Only under 13s can compete at the National. So that'll change next year with the age group changes. Lots of parents watching on. So there they are around this opening section, maybe 500 metres in. They'll do two small laps, the man leading them out was the Manx Harrier, Rory Thier. So Rory Thier just drifting back from that early lead, settling into his rhythm. You don't want to lead the whole way around this first lap. You want other people to get in and do the hard work. There is Thier. A couple of Windsor Slough, Eaton Hounslow, Vess near the front early on. Great to see so many Vests represented. We often see slightly reduced numbers when we come to the north. I mean, that's expected. We've got such a density of clubs in the south of England that many athletes choosing not to travel, which is fair enough. It's also such a busy month. There's so many other things to look forward to in terms of athletics, whether that's road races, indoors. It can be very, very busy. You could almost be competing every weekend, I think, doing something. Certainly you can if you're doing park run every week. So for a lot of athletes, there are other things they wish to focus on rather than doing the national. But this is a sight to see, isn't it? Brilliant. Hundreds of young athletes on the course. Almost 300 entered in for this. So here is our leader. And he's opened up a huge lead on this opening lap, just coming towards the back end of the first lap. It's a really good hit out to open up a lead like this. It's quite tough to do, particularly on these shorter races, the under-13s. You often think that you'll drag somebody along, particularly if you're breaking away quite quickly. Great experience going through a crowd like that, cutting through. We'll see when the times come up. We do have Gus Fisher there, the Macclesfield Harrier. And leader, Lewis De Silva. He has opened up such a huge lead. De Silva just looking over his shoulder there. Will have just about, perhaps, seen for a split second the group of 3 athletes that are trying to chase him down, all being led by Gus Fisher. Neil Welsh in the bright vest of Border Harriers. like Joe Preston. In that group of 3. So, De Silva, miles ahead. I don't think he'll believe quite how far ahead he is. But there are 3 athletes attempting to chase him down. Gus Fisher's done a brilliant job in second place, and that's a lot of looks over the shoulder. He's still got a bit of work to do. Lewis De Silva, this is a small lap, it's a short lap, so rather than turning left in a second, they will keep heading on straight to loop back up. And those are the team results at the end of the first lap. There's not a lot in it, is there? Herne Hill leading from Windsor and Blackheath and Bromley. A lot could change. Somebody could have a resurgent second lap. That'd make a big difference. De Silva again. The look behind. Only 13 years of age. Won the Southern Championships, was 6th at the London Cross Challenge, Lewis De Silva. Won by just a couple of seconds at the Southern Championships ahead of Mason Sanford. Silva last year was 38th in this race. Maybe that's why he's looking over his shoulder. Can't quite believe just how far ahead he is. But now we can see the rugby pitch, the cricket club to his left-hand side. We know that he is very close to the finish. And seeing all of the crowd go from single to groups of people certainly can push an athlete on for a big sprint finish. He doesn't really need to. He's got such a lead. It still is Gus Fisher in second place, ahead of Joe Preston. De Silva, maybe there. Does he know? Does he know that he's going to win this? He should do. He knows it's only a short sprint around the corner. Gus Fisher, brilliant from him. There's Joe Preston. Can he hold on to third? And here's Lewis De Silva then in the under-13 boys race, the Tame Valley Harrier. Superb performance, gun to tape. You don't quite see a race like that in cross-country. Gus Fisher coming through in second place, then Joe Preston, then Josh Maiden, the Hearts Phoenix athlete in the red vest just on the right-hand side. Then it's Mason Sanford, Zach Evans, and then Leo Walsh, the Border Harrier. James Lombard there from Salford. Well, it was a 9-second lead from De Silva. Fantastic performance from him. He was not really pushed, was he, on that second lap? He had such a big lead, he could stroll in, but Gus Fisher and Joe Preston will see themselves on the podium later. All the athletes now flooding through. Great experience for them. Love to see the sprint finish. Athletes knowing that their finish place can be the difference between getting on the team podium or not. And it's Herne Hill that have been given the gold in the under-13 boys team competition. And then Blackheath and Bromley from Hercules Wimbledon. The southern teams just edging out Warriors and Leeds from the north. Oh, it's Windsor now that have been bumped up into 4th place. The results all just trickling through. Well, just outside 10 minutes, the winning time. Some 41 seconds faster than the under-13 girls ran. And then that under-13 boys race sort of concludes the first part of our programme, really, because the next 4 races are all a bit longer. Next up, 3 minutes time, it's the under-20 women, who will do just over 6 kilometres, 1 medium lap, 1 long lap. And we also have the introduction for the first time of the Fly Carb Super Sprint, where the first athlete to get to point D on the course when the gun goes off, which is about 1 kilometre away, assuming they finish the race, they will get a prize. They will be the Fly Carb Super Sprint winner, and that applies to the under-20 and senior races. Here they are. On the line, the wind is going to make it such a difficult couple of laps for these girls. It's picking up. Feels a lot colder than the 10 degrees on the thermostat. Away we go with this under-20 women's race here at the Sports Shoes with Night National Cross Country Championships for 2026. 4 races to go, including this. The athletes will run 6 kilometres. A couple of the names on the start list that have caught our eye we'll talk about in a minute, but yeah, they'll do 1 medium lap, which is A, B, C, D, J, K, E, before going out on their long lap to finish. Real tough course, some undulations. Navigating their way through the trees. And on the long lap they will face some very muddy patches. Looking for those bib numbers as they come past, trying to track where they are. Remember, this is a team competition also. Always difficult to tell at this stage where who the athletes are. Maisie Bellwood, Keelan Craven was just on the inside as they came around that corner at the front, so We'll watch to see where she ends up, and then Faith Taylor, the Lincoln Wellington athlete. Lincoln Wellington producing some real talented distance runners also. They were inside the top 10 on a couple of the team competitions earlier. So Maisie Bellwood. Tilly Nicol was in there at the front. Jessica Robertson Dover just in the middle of this pack. So there's about 140 athletes entered. Emma Clough, I think that's her in there in this under-20 women's race. Looks to be that way. Oh, and then a sprint finish around the side there, and we've got somebody just get to the front as part of that fly car super sprint. We'll try and work out who that was, because she came from absolutely nowhere. And that is the marker point. A kilometre in. So there, what were they, just about 3 minutes 30 or something through the first kilometre. That athlete, whoever that was, now has to finish the race, and they will get £50 of product from Flycarb and £50 in cash. So a tidy little prize that will come in handy, I'm sure. Great to have their support at these English National Cross Country Championships. I really did not see that athlete fly on down the outside. That was so quick. We'll see it again. Look at that sprint finish midway through a cross-country race. Even the dip, I mean, brilliant. Saw a lot of that indoors. Don't often see that outdoors. So it's a good group early on in this first lap. The medium lap, they'll all get strung out for sure. So I might have a Derby vest in there. Could be wrong though. Maybe Katie Pye, I think, just with those black arm sleeves. The Aldershot Farnham District athlete. It's really intriguing from my perspective to see such a large group at the end of this first lap. You know, I've not quite seen this today in some of the younger age groups. When they get to under 20s, things get a bit more serious, a bit more tactical, and such a strong group of athletes all together. So there they are, that group. Eleven athletes all together. So Izzy Holt, the Blackburn Harrier, the athlete that was given the nod crossing the line early on at the end of that first lap. Here they all are. Well done to that cameraman, getting that shot. So Katie Pye is the athlete with the black arm sleeves. We know her very well. Super talent in cross country. That Derby athlete I mentioned was Sarah Bourne. Good to see them at the front. They may well be at the front in the senior men's race later on. Hugo Milner will be running in their vest. Katie Pye, the Southern champion. We always look towards those regional championships to give us a nod as to who may well feature. Katie Pye is an athlete that we've come to know very well over the last couple of years. Has competed internationally at the European cross-country championships. Was 11th at the Liverpool Cross Challenge just a few months back. Won the inter-counties last March. I wonder if she'll be back for more. Could be a first title for any of these athletes towards the front. Bingley athlete is Rebecca Flaherty. Again, another talented junior. Somebody we've seen contesting in recent times. And Isabel Holt just shoulder to shoulder with her, with Tilly Nicol, the Bath athlete. So the group still large, maybe just starting to lose a couple of numbers off the back. They're now heading towards point D on the course, away, and then up towards point F. In that front group, Ava James, the Brighton and Hove athlete, Maisie Bellwood, maybe just starting to drift off the back of that lead group, and so is Ella Davey. Rebecca Flaherty, one of the older athletes in that lead group, just a bit more experience now at Oxford University. Finished third, Flaherty, at the Liverpool Cross towards the end of last year, was third in these championships last year. winner of this race, Izzy Holt. And Izzy Holt is in second place here as Flaherty is started to stretch away. This is a really long stretch on the course. Just gone past that F marker. It's part of a 600-metre long stretch. It's pretty flat initially and then does drop down, so a good opportunity for these athletes to build some speed. And that is what Flaherty's done here. She's dragging along Isabel Holt, the reigning champion for company. It was Holt last year that won by a good distance ahead of Eliza Nicholson and Rebecca Flaherty. And we are seeing Sarah Bourne, the Derby athlete, near the front in third place, a little way off Rebecca Flaherty at the minute. Through this really muddy section, Tilly Nichols done a brilliant job so far of keeping in there, and Katie Pye is in fifth place. So Flaherty leading. Can she hold off? Once they go around this muddy section on the bottom right, they also have another flat and fast section which is pretty straight. It's around 300 metres before they start to meander their way through the middle section of the course. So it's really challenging. You build up a lot of speed on the section which is on the top left, which sends you away from the start and the finish, and this muddy section is on the part of the course furthest away from the finish. We see Flaherty here with a huge lead. I mean, this is really impressive. We said coming into this championship, particularly this age group, it's kind of difficult to call because, you know, we've got the reigning champion here. Holt, somebody that would have backed herself to retain the title, and you never know what can happen, but she's there in second in the Blackburn vest. She is a long way behind Rebecca Flaherty now. Doing very well to battle those climbs. You've got a lead like this. It's very difficult to hold on to it, keep pushing the pace. You know, everybody else is chasing you down, but Rebecca Flaherty here does not seem phased by any of this because she has kept her foot down firmly on the flat out pedal, doing a brilliant job on this downhill section here. You can see the margin she has, and she's only opened this up on the midsection of this long lap, so that gives you an indication of what can be done on some of these flatter, longer sections of this course as we go into the final three races. Rebecca Flaherty here dominating right now. Looks very relaxed, doesn't she? been doing some good stuff on the road to 78 half marathon last year. Her debut at the distance, 34 minutes and 4 seconds over 10k last year. Getting quicker, getting stronger. There are 4 athletes all in the mix really for that bronze medal right now. It's fair to say that Rebecca Flaherty has dropped the hammer here. You know, I love to see this. We've seen a couple of close races today. I also love to see an athlete come out and dominate. And now she is beyond the J section of the course, now into the finish lane, the run-in lane on that left-hand side. It's a long gold loop around. This is where the incline will start to hurt. It's just slow and arduous. You have to keep gritting your teeth and pushing on. This will be some performance. And this is why athletes like coming back to the National. There's always a different course, always a different challenge. Last year, you know, you might have finished in 3rd place, but there is always an opportunity to come back. Maybe next year's your year. And bronze medal last year for Rebecca Flaherty. She is well away to taking a gold here in Sedgfield. Such a tough part of the course. Incredibly hard work getting through that mud. Past the houses. I'm sure a lot of the people have been looking out their back windows today. Enjoying the sights, the thousands of people out on a field that would typically be full of sheep. And Flaherty has got such a huge lead. She is so well clear of everyone else. This has been just the most dominant display you could perhaps see, we may well see today. When she shifted gears on this 2nd lap, there was nobody that could live with this pace. A bronze medal 12 months ago. She'll upgrade. There's the smile around the final corner into the finish. She doesn't need to sprint away. She could walk this one in. And walking in a cross-country race is an absolute pleasure. All the hard work you've done up to that moment. Flaherty will not walk though. She will stride across the finish to take gold in the junior women's race here at the National Cross Country Championships. Year's champion Isabel Holt, and then Tilly Nicol coming across the line just ahead of Jenny Leggett. Another sprint here, the Derby athlete Sarah Bourne, head of the Exeter Harrier, Scarlett Livingston. Wow, what a moment from Rebecca Flaherty. A brilliant display. 25 seconds ahead of the rest. I'm sure it could have been more. She did not need to push herself over the final half a mile. She was so well clear. Here comes Katie Pye across the line now. Well, after the sprint finish and the dip earlier on in the race for the Fly Carb Super Sprint, we're still waiting to see who that athlete was and where they finish. They have to finish the race if they want to get the Fly Carb prize. Remember, in the junior women's race, it's only 3 athletes to score for a team. I haven't seen any more Bingley athletes across the line, so maybe Aldershot, potentially. We've seen a couple of Salford vests. But Rebecca Flaherty, with one of the performances of the day so far, so controlled, such high quality. The senior women's race comes up in 7 minutes' time. They'll run 2 long laps, 8.3 kilometres. Again, another race which is perhaps a little bit open. 3 athletes that could well challenge. Well, what a call. I said I've seen a few Salford athletes across the line, and there you go. Salford have been given the team win in the junior women's race. Wright, Murdoch and Slattery, 9th, 10th and 30th. Well, that was great packing for the first 2 athletes across the line. They'll get to stand on top of the podium, and Victoria Park Harriers with 2nd. We're still waiting to see who finishes in 3rd in the team competition. And it's Windsor Slough, Eton and Hounslow. Brilliant from them. But a convincing win in the team competition from Salford. Well done to those 3 athletes there, club and coaches. So 3 races to go. The senior women up next.
When I was looking at all the race timings, I was going, there's no way people are finishing the race. The slow ones are not going to be finished by the time the next ones start.
Well, thanks for all your dancing and your celebrating at the screen. I hope you keep that up for the next 8 kilometres. 653 athletes entered for this senior women's race. Well, just coming across the front of the athletes on the start line, spotted Maisie Grice, Jess Gibbon, which is very interesting to see her here, and Lucy Jones. Jess Gibbon, the reigning champion from last year, won by 40 seconds. Lucy Jones, she was 4th last year. You never quite know who's going to show. Lucy Jones, incidentally, a former junior winner.
When I came up, there was a medics van on the course though, someone had an incident over there, so the truck was on the course. Yeah, but there was someone either fell over or done herself an injury, so they were actually on the course.
Lucy Jones is mixed up, but this is the senior women's race underway. Jess Gibbon, the reigning champion, goes for Reading AC here. Can she make it back-to-back victories? It's not the first time she's won this title. She won it back in 2022 when it was at Parliament Hill. She won it again at Parliament Hill last year. Different course, horses for courses, as they say. And this women's race, all 650 odd entrants away down the slope. They will be doing 2 long laps. Remember the fly car result for the senior women. It's the athlete to the first kilometre point, which is point D on the course, so keep an eye out. We did have a sprint finish, and in the under-20 women's race, and that was Constance Jennison from Buxton AC. We may well see something similar here. Trying to pick out some of the names as they come past. Lucy Jones is there. I think I've just seen Neve Brown. They all come past in a flurry. Team competition for the women is equally as important. For the senior women, top 4 athletes from each club will count towards scoring. So some of the other names, I mentioned Neve Brown, Lucy Jones, Neve Britton-Hubbard, Eleanor Curran, Charlotte Danner. A lot of clubs already in the mix there. Jess Gibbon just packed in somewhere around 6th place. Charlotte Alexander from Tunbridge is one of the athletes towards the front, just in the white vest on the left-hand side. I think we've got Olivia Matthias in there near the front. Charlotte Alexander, already mentioned there was Lucy Jones, Jess Gibbons. So I think in that white vest from Tunbridge, Charlotte Alexander. And that's her getting the win in the fly card super sprint for the senior women. No challenges there, she was well clear. Has to finish the race now if she wants to get the fly card prize of £50 of product and £50 in cash. I think behind her in the blue and white vest is Olivia Matthias. Eleanor Curran is near the front. Megan Harris. So, Hardwick Park hosting these national cross-country championships, hosted by Sedgfield Harriers, who celebrated their 20th anniversary as a club last year. I don't know if you saw Chris Lyons' video on YouTube a couple of months ago, or in the build-up to this weekend, a brilliant tour of the park with some brilliant background music. It felt like Gladiator. Quite emotive, if I say so myself. Just shows what a beautiful venue this is. But Molly Smith, another Hernhill Harrier. 2 Hernhill Harriers inside the top 4 as it stands. Well, what a moment it would be for Jess Gibbon if she could perhaps get a back-to-back title, make it 3. Certainly put her in a very, very unique category. Just seen Maisie Grice come past the screen. There's Julie Emerson, finished inside the top 10 a few years back. Andrew Clement. There's Saran Elisei-Lucy. Well, this is the first half, I would say, of this first lap done. For any of the women going past the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. They've just gone past the G section of the course. It's muddy, but the athletes are navigating their way through pretty well. For those of you that have never been to Sedgfield, Sedgfield is a very pretty historic market town in County Durham. It's got a very unique history. I mentioned earlier about the Shrove Tuesday ball game, which happened earlier this week, and it's been played for over 800 years and dates back to the completion of St Edmund's Church in the 13th century. It's quite chaotic. Not quite sure I understood the rules when I read through them, but there's some brilliant videos of people playing in good spirits in the town, and yeah, very unique. And Hardwick Country Park, which is where we are, right next to Hardwick Hall, just across the road, links up with this park, and it's got a rich history, as I say. Back some 20 odd years ago, Time Team came and excavated part of the site here, uncovered some Roman settlements, lots of different buildings, and it just goes to show how rich the history is here. And Hardwick Park is a venue which is often covered in livestock, and they've all been neatly hidden away from all the chaos this National Cross Country Championships brings. All the thousands of people, they'll be much happier away from all of the noise and cheering, I'm sure. But yes, Roman settlements in the town, evidence of that, and this is a beautiful park, it really is. £4 million was spent some 16 years ago to restore the estate. Worth a visit if you're ever in the area, that's for sure. See how tough it is getting through some of that mud. A couple of the athletes already just choosing to amble their way through it. No fallers as of yet. So, Jess Gibbon finds herself at the front of this race, ahead of Lucy Jones. Amelia Quirk is there in fourth. She was a medalist last year. Didn't quite see Amelia early on. And then Molly Smith, the other Herne Hill Harrier, is in third place. Eleanor Curran back in fifth. Curran, who's having a brilliant start to 2026. She was the first English finisher at the Armour 3K just a couple of weeks back. Quirk looking in good form, and Gibbon, of course, Jess Gibbon, she is dynamite on the cross-country scene. Never count her out. She is a superb athlete, and it is no shock to see her towards the front of this race. Got plenty of big hitters in the lineup. They're all there. Lucy Jones, the blunt figure, in second place, only 27 years of age. Mentioned earlier, Lucy Smith is Lucy Jones, rather. I'm thinking of Molly Smith, getting the names confused, the Herne Hill Harriers. Lucy Jones won a winner of the under-15 girls national cross. Well, that was back in 2013. Different Lucy Jones, the Charnwood athlete back then. You just see the struggle getting through some of this mud. It's very, very difficult. Credit to any athlete that's taken to the course today. So Molly Smith just edging forwards ever so slightly. Curran, who is in the blue vest, in that's about 6th place right now. So won that London Cross Challenge recently. She looks so good doing that. 17th at the Liverpool Cross Challenge. Curran was 26th at the National Cross, the last one she did a few years back, which was in 2024. Got another group here. On the second lap. Great to see two Herne Hill Harriers at the front. Jess Gibbon just handing over to the other couple of athletes to try and take this one out. Neve Brown is the older shot vest there. She won this title 2 years ago. Last time she competed at the National, she won, so that says a lot, I think. Neve Brown in good form, finished a couple of places behind Eleanor Curran at the London Cross Challenge. Amelia Quirk, good to see her here. She can really step up, can't she? Amelia Quirk, she's a brilliant athlete. Always very difficult to get past her in a cross-country race. She's super strong, and now she's at the front with the two Herne Hill athletes. Lucy Jones, I mentioned she won this as an under 15 some 13 years ago. What a story that would be for her. Lucy Jones 4th last year, just missed out on a medal by a few seconds behind Olivia Matthias. Neve Brown there in 4th place, getting stuck in that very difficult place of being out on your own. I'm very impressed here with Molly Smith. Lucy Jones, we saw a race outdoors on the track last year. I mean, personal bests in the 800, 1500, 3000, 5000. Last year running bests over 5k, half marathon and a marathon. She was the first female finisher in the mass race at the London Marathon. Got a massive check. She's just gone on to bigger and better things. How many athletes would you find that could run a 2:30 marathon and then a 2:05 800 in the same year and a 4:10 1500? She was in such good form. I mean, it would be a remarkable journey for her. As I say, winning this title as an under 15 back in the day, and coming here now. Charnwood actually won it when she was competing for Charnwood. They won the team competition as an under 15 in the under 15 girls race back in 2013. Imagine now if they could get a gold as an individual and then as a team. What a story that would be. So they are away. It's interesting to see the pacing. We obviously saw Jess Gibbon earlier take this one out and found herself at the front. Eleanor Curran has had a very busy month, back in 6th now, well clear of the rest. There's nothing to say here that Neve Brown and Jess Gibbon, the two former champions over the last 2 years, could get back in the mix. There's a lot of racing still to be done. Quirk in a great place. Picked up a medal last year. Currently sandwiched between two Herne Hill Harriers, Lucy Jones and Molly Smith. Molly Smith, only 25 years of age. Run out at the Cross Country International in Portugal earlier this year, finished 9th. Now leading this race. Perhaps somewhat unexpectedly. She's run 32 minutes 56 over 10k this year. She's a 2:31 marathoner. We just haven't seen much of her in recent times on the cross-country circuit. Amelia Quirk is going about her business nicely here, tucking in behind. If it comes down to a sprint finish, I think it's going to be very difficult to beat Lucy Jones. I mentioned that 2:05 800 from last summer. She's got a 4:10 1500, and now Jones who gets to the front, and Amelia Quirk latches onto the back of the move. Smith just cut adrift ever so slightly as they cut through one of the gates, one of the many gates they go through on this long course. This would be such a good story. Just your mind flicks back to 12 months ago. Amelia Quirk picking up the silver on that day. Lucy Jones was in 4th. They would have been close to each other in the race. Smith now back level. Well, the course still looking pretty good. Not heavy underfoot. We're seeing the pace pick up at the front here. Gibbon and Brown are there in 4th and 5th. Are they going to be able to claw this one back? Neither of these three athletes giving much away. I couldn't say that any one of them seems to be working harder than the rest. Lucy Jones looks very relaxed up in front. Molly Smith, can she push on? The three of them all together. They don't have much course left in front of them. Navigating their way through the tight bends. I know now, as they go around that tree, they're heading towards point J, I believe, on the course. And they can see all of the tents to their left-hand side. All of the other athletes towards the back of the race, just snaking their way through the course. We have seen some brilliant races today. At this late stage, I don't think anybody could have quite predicted we'd still have three athletes so close. Molly Smith, the taller figure, wearing number 1933. A super endurance athlete. They ran a 2:31 marathon a couple of years back. Lucy Jones, somebody that ran 2:30 last year in the mass race at the London Marathon, knocked 22 minutes off her best. Amelia Quirk, somebody we know so well here at the National. A super cross-country runner, strong on the roads. There really is not much to choose between these athletes when it comes down to numbers. But Lucy Jones now just starting to push on. And that is a break from Lucy Jones. The other two left in the distance. Could this be a telling move for Lucy Jones? Molly Smith and Amelia Quirk have not responded. It's at the bottom of the long, arduous hill we've seen already today. It's not particularly steep. It is very tough. But if you can get over the top of this, there's not much life left in this race. Now Lucy Jones. She'll see the finishing arch in the distance. She knows it's not long to go. Has she just made a telling move? Amelia Quirk, an athlete who picked up a silver medal at these championships just 12 months ago. She is well clear. It could also be double goal for Lucy Jones. Herne Hill Harriers with two athletes inside the top three right now. Could be the first time that Herne Hill Harriers have won the senior women's title at the National. And now, with metres to go, Lucy Jones, that telling move in the final kilometre. I said if it came down to a sprint, she'd be hard to beat. Look at this. The pace from Lucy Jones. One final corner. 90 metres between her and the goal. It's Amelia Quirk up into second. Can Smith challenge? Amelia Quirk looking to make it back-to-back silvers. It's Lucy Jones, though, who romps away to take the national cross-country title here in Sedgfield. What a moment for her. A huge moment. Amelia Quirk silver, Molly Smith in third, Herne Hill getting gold and bronze, Jess Gibbon, last year's champion, doing well to finish in fourth. Neve Brown coming through for fifth, Eleanor Curran in sixth place. That was Zoe Matthews, I think. No, it was Kate O'Neill. They're all coming through now. Neve Britson-Hubbard. Well, what a race at the front of that. Jones, Quirk and Smith toe to toe up until the final kilometre, finishing just inside 29 minutes. And Lucy Jones, if I've got that correct, I think it is correct that Lucy Jones won this national title was an under 15 back in 2013, won the team title that year as an under 15, to come back 13 years later to take the national title as a senior. A brilliant performance. What a story that is. Wasn't sure if she'd be here today. Athletes, so many of them on the entry list, you're never quite sure if they're going to take to the stage. But Lucy Jones from Amelia Quirk, and then Molly Smith, how about that from her? Somebody that we've not seen a huge amount of in cross-country terms. She can go on to so many great performances and bigger things, and I expect we'll see those three of them, Jones, Quirk and Smith, challenging for the gold here next year. Wouldn't that be great to see? And then Charlotte Alexander, who crossed the line first in the fly carb super sprint, has just finished in 27th place. So it means she is the senior women's fly carb super sprint champion, and will get £50 of fly carb product and £50 in cash for her work. Brilliant job from her. But Lucy Jones, the winner of this senior women's race. What a moment. And there's the results for the team competition. Herne Hill Harriers taking gold in the senior women's competition for the first time, ahead of Aldershot. Jones, Smith, Tooley and Grover, first, third, 18th and 46th. Wow, Aldershot, the reigning champions from last year, who have won it, oh my goodness, so many times. They won it 5 years straight from 2013 to 2017. They've won it on 2 occasions since 2017, once in 2020 and 2024. Wow, brilliant performances. It was Aldershot who they actually got second last year in the women's team competition behind Leeds City. Herne Hill were 10th last year. They scored 418 last year. This time round, though, they have scored 68. That just shows the improvement from their brilliant performances. They have really, well, they've earned their dinner tonight, that's for sure. I hope they have a big celebration on the bus home. Two more races to come here from the national. The under 20 men up next with 1 medium lap and 2 long laps. They'll be running just over 10 kilometres. So that under-20 men's race starts in about 8 minutes' time. We'll stay with these pictures of athletes finishing in the senior women's race. Tunbridge, you just see on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, finishing in 7th in the team competition. Charlotte Alexander, who was first across the line at the end of the Fly Cup Super Sprint, which is about 1 kilometre from the start line, did very well to hold on for 27th. So the under-20s, our penultimate race on the start line. Away they go. 3 laps for these young men. 1 medium lap and then 2 longer laps. The reigning champion is entered Matt Pickering, the Aldershot Farnham and District athlete. We'll keep an eye out to see if we can spot him. That could well be Pickering at the front just there, shooting off. Remember, the Fly Car Super Sprint is up for grabs in this under-20 men's race. The wind has certainly died down now. That is Luca Hamblin at the front of this. And he looks like he's somebody that's after that Fly Car prize. So we'll keep an eye out. The Fly Car Super Sprint is a race over the first kilometre of this race to point D on the course map. The athlete that gets there first and also finishes the full race will win £50 of Fly Car products and £50 in cash. So a very good prize. We saw Charlotte Alexander do it in the senior women's race just now. That is Luca Hamblin. It's quite comfortable now after that early sprint. Harry Fage is just to his right, the Blackheath and Bromley Harrier. It's a hard way to run. 10 kilometres, very pacey first K. Luca Hamblin coming up to this Fly Car marker, finger in the air, he is the winner. I think everybody watching quite enjoyed that. Fletcher Hart coming in second. I think that was, no, it wasn't Fletcher Hart, was it? It was Harry Fage in that race. So, should Luca Hamblin for some reason fail to finish this race, it could well be Harry Fage that picks up the Fly Car Super Sprint prize. So they're all going to catch him up now. And Hamblin will trickle back into the pack. And go away with the money in his pocket. So now Pickering is in this one, this lead group of, ooh, what is that, 10 athletes, maybe 11. They're all there nicely on this opening lap. The opening lap, the medium lap is only a couple of kilometres, but it is quite snappy, and Lots of twists and turns, which are good for the athletes' minds, just to keep them engaged. We're already seeing that. Some undulations, which also makes the difference. About 175 athletes entered in for this under-20 boys race. Matt Pickering is the man in the black arm sleeves and the Aldershot vest, right in the middle. Don't forget, we'll be able to get the individual splits as they come through at the end of each lap, which will give an indication of the lead and the team competitions as well as the individual leads. So there are a lot of athletes in them. Just spotting who else. We've got a Radley vest there. That's Queen Mule Ingram. There they are, coming past the start to begin their second lap. 2 laps to go, the smallest one is done. Pickering having a bit of a chat with the man to his right-hand side in that white vest. Down the slope. Senior men will be warming up now. The race goes in half an hour, so final preparations for them. Well, there's the first lap splits. Pickering from Benyon, Marwood, Devere Owen and Dexter Thompson, all in there. And there's the team results at the end of the first lap as it stands. So of course this is not official, but Aldershot well clear of the rest, and obviously at the end of the medium lap it's going to be a bit more congested, so things will change, of course. So the man leading, 2 red vests really, one on the left-hand side with the diagonal white stripe is Jack Marwood, the Salford man. Bradley Andrews Callec is the tall figure in the blue, the Jersey Spartan athlete on the right-hand side. Ash Burgess, the Birchfield Harrier, near the front. And we're part of that leading group. If you are Marwood and you're Matt Pickering, there's no real need to overcook it. Don't need to lead the whole race. I think things will start to change on this second lap, certainly when we get to the long 600-metre stretch. Still a lot of athletes there that are in the mix. Cosmo Benyon's the man in the white vest. Jack Sanderson, the Settle Harrier, has come up to the front. That luminous vest on the left-hand side. Cosmo Benyon, the Southern champion this year. So, Jack Sanderson finds himself leading this alongside the reigning champion, Matt Pickering. Marwood in the middle in the red vest. Really strong athlete. This is the long section I was talking about. When they come through the gate on the left-hand side, the top left-hand corner of the picture, they turn here and they have a long 650-metre-ish straight section, or very nearly straight, and it is flat before it starts to edge its way downhill. It's a really great opportunity for these athletes to pick up some pace. Jack Marwood last year, third as an under-17 at the National Cross, stepping up to the under-20s this time round. Top left, you just see flashing past your screen Luca Hamblin, the potential Flycarb Super Sprint champion if he can finish this race. Settled back into his rhythm now though, hasn't he? All that eagerness. Harry Maxwell, Team Bath athlete, just saw flashing past the screen. So Jack Sanderson, very comfortable since he's got in there. On the right-hand side, you can see Dexter Thompson. Miles Fraser. Oh yeah, that's Miles Fraser in the Blackburn vest, of course. Got a Pira Kaduno Kabede, the Clayton Moore Harrier, just inside this group now. So we've sort of settled now on this leading group of 8 athletes. Southern bronze medalist Bradley Andrews-Kalleck is in there right next to Miles Fraser in the blue Blackburn Harrier vest with the white sash. So they are on their way. probably about the halfway stage. Quinn Millwall Ingram, perhaps just falling off the back of this leading group of athletes in the purple and yellow vest of Radley AC. Marwood, as I mentioned, bronze medalist from the under-17 race last year, stepping up with the big boys, and Pickering as the reigning champion now, a year more experience, will try and use that to his advantage. Marwood's been shown great potential and has been living up to that as an under-17 this year. Is certainly getting some experience. The distances get longer and your training has to increase, and that is also another factor in some of these things. And when you get to these big races, the national, you never know who's going to turn up. You don't know what sort of shape people are going to be in. They might have won a couple of weeks ago, but things change very quickly. The course dictates the success of an athlete, and Pickering out just starting to edge away, slight surge in pace, trying to strip this group out. And that's that experience I mentioned just a couple of minutes ago. His hands out there, just whether he was talking to somebody or wondering where everybody else is sitting off the back. But yeah, Jack Marwood, I mentioned, brilliant young athlete. Good to see him here. Only 17 years of age, the Salford Harrier. Coached by Ian Grime. Down of Evan Grime, super talent. Marwood as well, an athlete that has done some indoor racing this year, over 3,000 at the BMC in Sheffield. And won the cross challenge in Parliament Hill just a couple of weeks back. It really did impress me back then. Only a few weeks back now. It's been a busy old February for athletics, track and field. Cosmo Benyon finding himself in second place. So Jack Marwood was ahead of Jack Sanderson and Cosmo Benyon at the Parliament Hill Cross Challenge. And really interesting here, Gibbon is latched onto the back of Matt Pickering. That is good to see, exciting. Very patient in the early parts of this race, Kira Kaduna Gibbon. They've now opened up a good lead on the rest of the field. Brilliant sight. You see the whole field there. Fantastic. Gibbon, I think this round 146 over the 800 metres outdoors last August. He's very quick. Won the Northern County Championship earlier this year. Only by a couple of seconds from Jack Sanderson, the Settle Harrier, so could be in for a similarly close finish here. Cosmo Benyon doing very well to close that gap. He was caught adrift, wasn't he? He was out of the race. I know that sounds strange to say it when we were only 2 laps done, but didn't want to be with the chasing group. Thought it'd be better placed to get himself in front. Just wonder what was happening there with Pickering. Was he taking a wide berth, trying to see where everybody else was? Trying to coax somebody else into taking the lead for a change. Gibbon has taken up that offer. Certainly for a moment at least. It is Sanderson, Marwood and Fraser who are in 4th, 5th and 6th. A couple of seconds back, but that lead is growing, and a couple of seconds doesn't sound like much, but it's a huge margin when you look at it from afar. It costs a lot of energy to try and close that gap. Yeah, we mentioned the sort of different courses, how they play into things, and at Parliament Hill at the London Cross Challenger a couple of weeks back, it was Marwood that won the under-20 race, so that was a really technical course. It was very heavy underfoot, and this course not quite as heavy across the whole lap, and that does allow athletes a bit quicker, maybe track speed quick, and that changes the dynamic of a race, particularly these long sections where the athletes can build up speed. And we can see just after that second lap, we're now on to our final lap. After that second lap, it is Aldershot who are well clear in the team standings from Tunbridge and Cambridge and Coleridge. Benyon fighting very hard to try and stay in the mix with our two lead athletes, Biruk Aduna Kebede and Matthew Pickering. The arm sleeves are off. He's ditched them at the side of the course. That says to me he knows he's got a race on his hands. He won last year. It was a close margin, only a couple of seconds. I remember that against Frank McGrath. Benyon now just drifting off once again. He will have to be careful that somebody like Jack Sanderson, the Northern silver medalist this year, does not reel him in. So about 3 kilometres to go in this under-20 men's race. Kebede happy to just tuck in behind, follow the pace. If it comes down to a sprint, I think he will be very difficult to beat. That 1:46.800 personal best, and he's got a 3:39.1500. Here they are out on the long stretch, 600 metres of really good course. A look over the shoulder of Kebede there, just to see whereabouts Cosmo Benyon is. He'll have seen that he's well back, the Southern champion, in third place, doing very well in third place. When Pickering and Kebede started to strike away, he did a great job in chasing after them. He did close the gap. Not at all easy to do, though. So there's Benyon. Sanderson now has dropped Marwood, the London Cross Challenge winner, it's so interesting with cross country, isn't it? Because it is pure racing. It does not matter who won last week or a month ago or a year ago. It just comes down to what you've got on the day. As an athlete, you can do all the right prep, but you're never entirely sure. You know, you can give yourself the best chance. You can improve your luck by putting in the hard work, getting a good night's sleep, eating the right things, doing the right training, but you really do never know. And now, with less than half a lap to go, it's Matt Pickering, the Southern silver medalist, going toe-to-toe with the Northern champion, Biruk Aduma Kebede. There's Miles Fraser just behind Quinn Meall-Ingram. Bradley Andrews Kalek in the bottom right just flashes past the screen through the mud. Very tricky section. Pickering and Kebede are on a stretch which is about 300 metres long, going past the back of the housing estate, past people's gardens, where everyone will be looking out, seeing these two, and hundreds of other athletes in behind them, thousands more spectating, watching on. And about 4,000 entrants for these championships. Well, this is about the time we saw in the senior women's race a move in a couple of minutes. This is where Lucy Jones struck away from the rest. They're getting towards the business. Well, you never know. We've seen, certainly in some of the earlier races today, groups of athletes, two athletes, so close together all the way to the finish. There was almost nothing to choose between, whether that was first and second or second v third. Super close races. And for our penultimate race of these sports shoes with Nike English National Cross Country Championships, this is what you want. Pickering against Kebede, north v south. Those from the north always say they're a bit tougher, don't they? They're used to these heavy, muddy conditions. Certainly in the northeast here in Sedgfield, County Durham. The course is still really good underfoot. That makes a difference when you're trying to tee up a sprint finish. Here they are, Aldershot Farnham District against Clayton Lamore. Clayton Lamore's Harriers are a club that we don't see too often at the front of races. They've got a distinctive vest though. We might not forget them after today. This was where, at the end of the second lap, Pickering just put his foot down ever so slightly and just pulled the field in two, and it was Kebede that went with him. Right now they're just heading towards the J part of the course. We'll be turning left in a second through this gate. Now they're on to the finish running lane. Pickering getting some support. Being cheered on. Well, this is where Lucy Jones went in the last race, in the senior women's race, up this hill. She broke away, powered away. It was a telling move. What can Biruk Aduna Kebede do? Can he see this race out? He managed it at the Northerns, just ahead of Jack Sanderson. And it's still these two. Less than 500 metres to go at this point. Pickering rolling down the hill, picking up the speed. They will see all the club tents, all of the marquees ahead of them. Benyon is in third. Mule Ingram is up into fourth place now, ahead of Sanderson. But at the front, the battle is still on. Matt Pickering against Biruk Aduna Kebede. They will now see the crowds coming towards them. Is this Kebede making a move? Trying to find something. It hurts. The lungs are empty. The legs are tired. The cricket club and the rugby pitch on the left-hand side. They know this is it. Into the final 150 metres. There really is nothing left in this race. No time. If one of them wants to make a move, it's now that it has to happen. They have one more turn to the left. Kebede looks full of energy here, just bouncing away. Pickering does really well to drift round the outside. It's Kebede against Pickering. Kebede puts the hammer down once again, and the Clayton Lemore's Harrier will sprint away to victory in this junior men's national cross-country title. It's gold for Biruk Aduna Kebede. Matt Pickering, the champion from last year, has to settle for silver. I said we'd seen some close races. Would it come down to a sprint? They left it to the very end. Even in the final 50 metres, it was a question mark. But Kebede, with the speed and the bounce in the finish, to take gold. And Cosmo Benyon, the Southern champion, takes national bronze, just ahead of Quinn Mule Ingram. Wow, what a finish. Kebede against Pickering. You just never know in cross-country. A brilliant race at the finish between those two athletes. North versus South coming head-to-head here in the junior men's race. And the Settle Harrier, Jack Sanderson, the Northern silver medalist, coming fifth. And Jack Marwood, a brilliant fifth place. Only his first year as an under-20, going up against athletes that are more experienced than him. Collapsing to a heap in the floor. Salford Harriers, well, got such a good depth as a club across the ages. Well, the men's race is 90 seconds away from starting. They'll do 3 long laps. The races one after another here at the National in Sedgfield. What a day it's been. One race to go. 138th Senior Men's National Cross Country Championships. And there, crossing the line in about 23rd place, is Luca Hamblin, who won the crossed first in the fly carb super sprint in the junior men's race. He's finished in 23rd. That means he will pick up a prize from fly carb, £50 of product and £50 in cash. Well, off they go. A flurry of athletes, 1,349 entered for this race. The fly carb super sprint is on up to point D on the course map, where the first athlete across the line, assuming they complete the race, will get a prize from fly carb for winning the super sprint. It's about 1 kilometre is the distance at the start of this race. It's a good excuse to get off the line quickly. Well, some of the names that we have, I'll run through in just a minute. The man in the middle, right near the front, and he's leading this one in the Derby vest, is Hugo Milner. We'll talk about him very shortly, but on the right-hand side, you can see the results of the team competition as part of the junior men's race. Aldershot, Farnham and District ahead of Tunbridge, ahead of Cambridge and Coleridge. Those three will get to stand on the podium later on. Brilliant to see. The senior men's race is 6 to score in this team competition, a bit different to the others that we've seen. So 6 to score in the senior men's race, 12 and a bit kilometres. And we've already got a leading group of 5 athletes, and well, I can see Richard Slade there, Hugo Milner, James Kingston, Isaac McAdam, the Swindon Harrier. Is he putting himself in pole position to get this fly carb super sprint? I do wonder. Chris Donnelly's just gone past the screen. The fly carb super sprint is going to make things quite interesting. And Hugo Milner just showing his authority on the Swindon Harrier. Hugo Milner, well, he's definitely going to finish the race. And he crosses the line at the front in the fly carb super sprint. I like that from Hugo Milner. Wasn't letting anybody get near him. Brilliant. So this race has the opportunity to be one of the best senior men's national cross races we have seen for a long time, because we have 4 of the last 5 national cross-country champions. And the man in third there, just behind Richard Slade and Hugo Milner, is Will Battersill. Bristol and Westman. 24 years of age. And there's Callum Johnson on the left-hand side of your screen. Callum Johnson, a national cross-country champion. A few years back now. 6 years ago, can you believe that, just before all the COVID lockdowns? Wow. And he is here. He is the Northern champion this year, and we obviously look towards the Northern winners, the podium finishers at the Northerns, as people that may well contend here for a medal. And Callum Johnson is on home turf, really. He is the Northern champion. He's from Gateshead, We're in County Durham, we're in the northeast. First time it's been here in the northeast for 13 years, I believe. And Callum Johnson is there in about 5th place. So I'm just looking down that line now. Hugo Milner, Richard Slade, James Kingston and Callum Johnson. All 4 of them have won the National Cross title in the last 6 years. The only one out of the 5 that have won it in recent time that isn't here is Mohammed. So he's prepping for the European Championships Marathon in Birmingham in August. There is Callum Johnson, number 2924, the Gateshead Harrier. Has sort of found himself in this weird no man's land. That fly carb sprint is certainly set the cat amongst the pigeons, because the early guys, the Hugo Milners, the Richard Slades, they all went out quickly. And I think James Kingston and Richard Slade will have learned from their race against Hugo Milner a few weeks back at Parliament Hill for the London Cross Challenge, where Hugo Milner, he said himself, was just going to settle in, but unintentionally found himself quite a long way ahead in the opening kilometre and just kept going from there. And I think maybe Richard Slade and James Kingston will have said to themselves, look, we can't allow ourselves to be left behind, and we need to get with them. And Callum Johnson has sort of found himself in a more patient start. Doesn't mean he won't catch them up, but he started off more patient. And I think that perhaps is certainly a little bit more towards his style of executing this race. He's a brilliant cross-country runner. Fantastic is Callum Johnson. That was a brilliant run at Woollerton Park back in 2020. Callum Johnson winning the inter-county cross-country title at Woollerton Park again a couple of years ago. How much it would mean to him to win a national in the northeast. But Hugo Milner, well, I think on paper you'd have to say after that run a couple of weeks back at Parliament Hill, he is the favourite. He has Richard Slade there in the green vest in the bottom right hand corner just behind him. James Kingston in the cap, had a great win at the National at Bolesworth Castle a couple of years ago. Will Battersill, 24 years of age, ran in the 3,000 metres at the UK Indoor Championships last week. Was 15th at the National Cross last year. He's got a big engine on him, Will Battersill. A few people may be surprised to see he was running indoors last week and here. He's done it before. He's not shy around running indoors and running on the cross-country scene in close proximity. It is difficult to do, I will say. Most people wouldn't venture from indoors to cross-country a week later, certainly not at the standard that he's performing at. He did win the Bucks Cross-Country Championships 4 years ago now, and he was 4th at the National Cross 2 years ago. So he is somebody that's come close to medals before, and at the minute, near the front, the top 3, the last 3 National Cross-Country champions, all in that top 3. And Hugo Milner, well, had a really tough time with injury last year. He spent the sort of second half of 2025 rehabbing, getting back into training. Was really pleased to see him on the entries and then the start list for the London Cross Challenge. Back in his Derby vest. Battersill just drifting off the back of them. James Kingston's one to watch, I think. I know I said he's won it before. We know how good James Kingston is. He's got international honours in cross-country, the Tunbridge athlete. But he is somebody that has fared very well over longer cross-country distances at the Southern Championships. So often they run over 15 kilometres. And this year, James Kingston won the Southern Championships, an event which is always so hotly contested. He won it by 85 seconds. I mean, that's a huge margin to win the Southern Championships by. There was no Richard Slade competing at that championships. So James Kingston, who's in good form, won the county champs this year, the Kent County champs, won the Southern Championships. Can he do it again? He was second behind Richard Slade last year. Hugo Milner, we know the sort of engine that he's got, tall figure, just eats up the turf, doesn't he? Chews through the mud, no problem. But it's whether or not he has perhaps just got the experience of running over these slightly longer distances. In terms of cross-country, we've seen him race at the European Cross-Country Champs. We've seen him race at Liverpool Sefton Park before. Those tend to be around 8 kilometres, 10 kilometres. This 12 and a bit K. It does change the dynamic, but he's got a huge engine. He's a triathlete. We know he can cause serious damage across 3 disciplines. It's no surprise that he's an accomplished cross-country runner as well. He's only 27 years of age, Hugo Milner. There's been a few people in the past that have won the national twice. 3 men at the start of this race now just pulling away from Will Battersill. Could be about to win it for a second time and join that exclusive club. Last person to win the national in consecutive years was Keith Gerrard. Clint Troman's a Coventry Godiva. Did it before that. He's actually a 3-time winner. He won it in 2000, 2004 and 2005. There's been some great athletes, Basil Heatley, over the years that have won it, and Mohammed winning it in 2019 and 2022. Steve Vernon, Dave Bedford, Ron Hill, they've all won it twice. So if you get into the category of winning the national twice, you really are in an exclusive club. On the right hand side, that's the official team result from the junior men's race that went before this. Aldershot from Tunbridge, from Cambridge and Coleridge, and then Trafford finishing in 4th. So Matt Pickering, well, gets the gold in the team competition and the silver individually. So James Kingston and Hugo Milner, this is really interesting to see. James Kingston, and when he won his title a few years back, was toe-to-toe with Jack Gray in the final couple of kilometres. It was a bit cat and mouse. Those two were side by side for such a long time, and James Kingston just managed to turn the dial up on the last kilometre and pull away. Richard Slade is not too far off at this point. He's still in close proximity, but maybe already just feeling the pinch ever so slightly. Will Battersill, clearing 4th place, went with that early pace. Very brave to do so. The others in this top 10 will not quite have the track speed that he showed last week at the UK Champs. And Callum Johnson there just flashing up on the screen momentarily in 5th place. There he is again. Johnson in 5th place. He's got a really good hair in front of him, Will Battersill. We'll see in a second how many seconds behind he is. You know, we've done about 4 kilometres now on this first lap. The rest all chasing in behind. Callum Johnson all 14 seconds behind Will Battersill. That's a big margin. That's Harry Wakefield in the Salford vest. Harry Wakefield setting UK age records over 800s, miles, indoors, outdoors over the last year. In 12th place, Ted Higgins. Wow, great to see him here. Ted Higgins, the Tunbridge man, doing brilliantly early on. Ted Higgins last week getting a bronze medal in the 3000 at the UK Indoor Championships, and now finding himself inside the top 15 at the National Cross. Callum Johnson looking good. You can see Jack Miller in the chasing group. Callum Charleston. James Carney, is that James Carney in there? I think so. The battle really is on at the front of this race. Jacob Can in this race, he was another Western Tempo vest, I think, I saw flash past the screen, but James Kingston and Hugo Milner having a real scrap here. I'm sure this is a nervous watch for James Kingston's coach, Mark O'Quay. Just looking at the team competition here, Bristol and West, the reigning champions in the team competition, ahead of Tunbridge right now. Ted Higgins, another man last week running, medaling at the UK Indoor Championships, finds himself in 12th place after the first lap, which would give Tunbridge a team silver if they can hold those placings. James Kingston looks brilliant here. 15 kilometres they ran over at the Southerns. That does just give you that little bit of extra endurance, and those Southern cross-country championships always tend to have horrendous conditions, very muddy. Slade, Richard Slade, doing a good job in 3rd place here. Well, what a course this has been at Hardwick Country Park in Sedgfield. It's Sedgfield Harriers celebrated their 20th anniversary as a club last year. Have done a brilliant job organising this championships. So many volunteers it takes to put an event like this on. If you saw Chris Lyons' YouTube video demonstrating the course, I loved watching it. Gives you a real insight. We saw that ahead of the National Cross Relays in Mansfield. Brilliant video that toured around the park, Berry Hill Park, and it really does just add to the build-up. The athletes get to see the course before they take to it, and can be quite useful for athletes, for sure. Didn't spot Flurry Grierson, who was somebody that was 3rd last year at the National. Couldn't see him in the early exchanges. Callum Johnson has closed the gap on Will Battersall. It was 14 seconds after the first lap. Not sure we're going to be able to get an interim split at this point, but it's definitely closed. About 8 seconds now, so down from 14. The battle is really on behind Callum Johnson. There's a huge group of athletes there. The man in the black arm sleeves, that is Ted Higgins. The white vest with the red ribbon around it is Jack Miller. I can see Jack Gray, former silver medalist, in there. Is that a Trafford vest? Geordie Evans Rodriguez. I'm really looking in the group on the top left-hand side of the picture. That's very important. Callum Charleston from Aldershot. And we've got Alex Howard, another Tunbridge athlete. That's why they're placing high at the moment. Sutcliffe there, coming past the screen. Terry Topping, Sunderland Strollers. On the bottom right though, it's our leaders still. We are at about the halfway point, I'm going to say. They've starting to head away from the muddiest sections, past the houses. It's funny, isn't it? Stride for stride, they almost sync up when it's like this. No words needed. You're just shoulder to shoulder, working hard, doing something you love, pushing yourself to the extremes. That's what it's all about, cross country. You really do build resilience, not just physically but mentally, putting yourself into very difficult places, particularly at the front of a race like this where you are shoulder to shoulder. And they, in a lap's time, we hope they will still be in this position, because it would make for a very juicy finish. As I said, over 1,300 athletes entered in for this race. Probably have about 1,000 or just less turning up. Makes for great viewing. All of the homeowners that live around Hardwick Park looking on out their back window, seeing thousands of people out on their country park. I imagine it's quite a unique sight. They're used to seeing sheep. Kingston at the front. Well, it is very interesting to see that he's not given Hugo Milner the same freedom that he had at the London Cross Challenge a couple of weeks back. Hugo, who was brilliant then, coming here to retain, or regain his title, I should say. It's Richard Slade's title to retain. He's back in third at the minute. James Kingston, who won it back in 2023. And then about 18 months later, Hugo Milner won the delayed National Cross Country Championships in Telford, after it's postponed due to weather conditions, running at September 2024. We were expecting to see Will Barnacote today. He was on the entries. Would have been very interesting to see him mix with these guys. He's a brilliant cross-country runner, 3 times European cross-country championship through the age groups. He was 4th at the Liverpool Cross also. And yeah, 2-time national cross-country champion Will Barnacote. No sign of him in this race. We would have expected him to be near the front if he was here. Guessing he's not, unless we've completely missed him, but I don't think we have. So it's James Kingston and Hugo Milner. James Kingston's a man wearing the cap and the Tunbridge colours on his cheeks. He looks very controlled. He looks so dialed in. Hard to tell at this point, with still a lot of running to go, where this one will end up. But what I can say is that the gold medal will go to one of these two men, I'm sure of it. Richard Slade, a little way off them now. We've just gone past the J section of the course. Heading round towards point K and then back towards point E, which will see them head out on their 3rd and final lap. Really is a brilliant part of the world, this Sedgfield. Beautiful, idyllic market town here in County Durham. Mentioned it earlier, but they had their Shrove Tuesday ball game earlier in the week, something that's been played for 800 years. Some great videos online if you like to see traditional things happening in lovely market towns. We're just across the road from Hardwick Hall Hotel. I'm sure there'll be people here who will be staying there tonight. We certainly stayed last night. So Kingston and Milner will have been sharing the lead somewhat. Being shoulder to shoulder for me is a little bit of a safer option, because you don't perhaps just get caught napping if you're sitting in behind as the other's leading and they just make a quick breakaway. Shoulder to shoulder, you've at least got some visibility and you can feel them as they start to put the foot to the floor. Been some archaeological finds locally in the past. Finding some ruins from Roman times. I think we'll also get a bit more challenging for Kingston and Milner as they go around this next lap, because they will start to lap some athletes more and more, and that's a challenge in itself. Although mentally it's a good thing, because it just keeps you occupied. You know, you have to pick off one more athlete, pick off another, navigate around them, cut through. It stops you thinking about your legs and how empty you might feel. So, Kingston and Milner, 24.5 minutes gone. Richard Slade some 35 seconds back now. Just wonder where Callum Johnson is, how far back. Callum Johnson about 14 seconds back, so has sort of closed the gap a little from what we saw at the end of the first lap. Couple of Northbrook Athletic Club runners there, waving to the camera. So, Callum Johnson has overtaken Will Battersall by a good margin. Will Battersall starting to struggle a little bit. His Profit in 6th place, and Ted Higgins has worked his way up into 7th place. Ludwig and Miller and Charleston all there. Jack Gray is in 11th place. Looking for some more. Ben Alcock, who was a 5th place at the National last year. Alcock, I think we just saw him inside the top 20. So Kingston and Milner, the battle we wanted. I didn't want to see anyone come away with it easy. Milner, well, we know he's going to come away with the win in the Fly Carb Super Sprint. Will we see him come away with the national title for a second time? Different challenge, isn't it now? Having to battle our way past others. Somebody crossing with a dog. I mean, come on, guys. We've got 2 elite runners coming past. But that's the beauty of the National. You get to see elite runners going up against your local club runners. And Hugo Milner and James Kingston are brilliant at cross country. Well, neither of them are sort of showing huge amounts of discomfort just yet. When Hugo Milner won the National in 2024, he was ahead of Ben Connor and James Kingston, who was about 34 seconds ahead of James Kingston. Will Battersall was 4th and Callum Johnson was 5th on that day, so we're seeing some of the many protagonists we've seen over the years. Tunbridge, though, do lead the team competition, and it's very close because there's only one place between Tunbridge and Bristol and West. Salford in 3rd place, and Leeds, they're not far off them either, in 4th. Well, Bristol and West, who won it last year, looking to try and retain that team title. Can they hold on to it? Last year it was ahead of Shaftesbury, Barnet, Highgate. Tunbridge were down in 5th place last year with 265 scores, and now on 137. Oh, and Hugo Milner was broken away just as our camera panned off. I wonder whether, with seen them get stuck on that corner, and maybe James Kingston has just faded, but Hugo Milner has put the hammer down. I said earlier in the race, is this long stretch, which is about 650 metres, is a brilliant opportunity for athletes to strike away, and Hugo Milner has pushed on in this final lap, the final 4 kilometres. Probably got just over 2k to go. Can James Kingston close the gap? I can see Richard Slade just towards the back of that snail trail of athletes. So he is in 3rd place. Hugo Milner in 1st. Having to navigate his way through the mud. You've got to be so careful. There's James Kingston. Halfway around this final lap. And it's worth mentioning this race has got 2 athletes entered into it. George Routledge from Heaton Harriers and Mick Anglin from Hardley Runners, who are both 78 years of age. Fantastic, really, to see 2 athletes who are so experienced. I find it inspiring. I hope I can still be taking part in events like this when I'm 78. Brilliant. A message to everyone that you never stop being a runner. Hugo Milner picking off athletes one by one. James Kingston is now some 20 metres back, and this is where Hugo Milner's really good. He did this at the start of the London Cross Challenge, unintentionally, as he said. He just managed to push on. For an athlete that struggled so much with injury last year, he is full of running. He's out of the really muddy sections. There are some muddy sections still to come, but he's away from the worst of it. James Kingston in 2nd, doing so well to stick with Hugo Milner, but he is a machine when he gets going. He's so tall, and that has its advantages. It looks like he's sprinting, doesn't it, when he's going past these other athletes? He isn't. He's just going at such a smooth pace. And you can see James Kingston now, some 30-35 metres back. Just doesn't quite have the same cadence in his legs that Hugo Milner does now. This is a tough old course. James Kingston, a brilliant athlete, I mentioned earlier, won the Southerns by 85 seconds or so. It must be one of the biggest margins ever at the Southerns in a senior men's race. And it shows how good James Kingston is, but what a race that Hugo Milner's having here. I said it would be tough. 4 of the last 5 national cross-country champions all in this race. Richard Slade, Hugo Milner, James Kingston and Callum Johnson. Callum Johnson in 4th for the minute. Richard Slade in 3rd place. Had somebody that's just either tripped or fallen on the course. We hope he's okay. Well done to the other athletes for stopping. One of our officials and medics will be there very soon, I'm sure. But Hugo Milner, when he finds his rhythm like this and when he attacks a race, he's very difficult to beat. He did this at the Liverpool Cross Challenge a few years back in must have been 2023. He then came 4th at the European Cross a couple of weeks later. Very narrowly missed out on a medal. And he's somebody that's a triathlete. He's training for 2 other sports, effectively. And he was 4th best in Europe. So it shows how good he is. There's the look over the shoulder. He would have done well with the athletes between him and James Kingston to spot where the Tunbridge man was. Gets congested, doesn't it, when you've got 1,000 or so athletes out on the course. When he goes through this next gate, he'll be drifting into the finish lane running on the left-hand side. You can just see him there as the only athlete to head down his own lane. I really like this here at Sedgfield. Brilliant idea to have a separate finish running lane. It means when we get to points like this in a race, in the senior men's race, where it's quite congested, the athletes get a bit of a break from lapping people and navigating their way through. And it also means the finishing run-in lane is a little bit better underfoot. The course today has been brilliant, fantastic ground, but on occasion it can be very difficult for athletes coming in amongst all the chopped up ground, the heavy mud, and it just allows the race to continue a bit easier. Up the climb for Hugo Milner, powering on. He really is a majestic runner, isn't he? Tall, smooth, controlled. All those laps in the pool, all those miles on the bike, all those rehab sessions in the gym, this is what it's all for. And it was so close for 2.5 laps, wasn't it? 2 1/3 laps maybe. And then Hugo Milner showing his quality. It takes some doing. You know, I mentioned the fact that we've got 4 of the last 5 national cross-country champions here. There's one of them just flashing past that corner, Callum Johnson. Still in 4th place. I wonder how close he is to Richard Slade. There's so much going on. You can only spot everyone every now and again. But Ted Higgins, is he now up into 5th place? I think I just saw him come through there. I mean, that would be a brilliant performance. A medal at last week's UK Indoor Championships, and then a top 5 placing here. Outstanding. He's in such good form, Ted Higgins, and he is somebody that's a 3:37 man over the 1500 metres. He's run a 3:57 mile indoors this year. So, into the final 150 metres for Hugo Milner then. 1 turn to go. He'll be getting a lot of applause as he comes into the finish here. What a moment for him. He will enter a very unique club of athletes to have won it twice. The Derby man, back to his best. A win at the London Cross Challenge a couple of weeks ago. And he regains his title here in Sedgfield. Hugo Milner, the senior men's national cross-country champion for 2026. A brilliant moment for him. One of the best national cross-country races we've seen in recent years. James Kingston across the line to take 2nd. What a battle those two had. Just outside 37 minutes. Kingston 14 seconds back. He gave it absolutely everything, James Kingston, on that 3rd lap. He just looked behind to see where everybody else was, and that's how clear those two were. Brilliant, brilliant performances. And even Hugo Milner's looking. Where's Richard Slade? I said it would be tight, and here comes Richard Slade around the corner. Callum Johnson, Doug D, trying to catch him up. It won't be a podium finish for Callum Johnson, but it's a brilliant performance on home turf here in the Northeast. But it's Richard Slade, last year's champion, takes bronze here in Sedgfield. Callum Johnson will come through to take 4th. This is Higgins. Higgins pulling away in 5th place, just ahead of Geordie Evans-Rodriguez. That's Angus McMillan. Jack Gray pushing hard. Ted Higgins. Wow, Tunbridge 2nd and 5th. Higgins, I mean, that is some performance after running on a track last weekend. Well done to him. I'm very impressed by that. Not many athletes can say that. And Will Battersall, who's going to come through in just a minute, did the same, although he didn't medal at the UK Indoors. There's McMillan from Jack Gray, from Charleston, from Battersall. Battersall last week at the UK Champs. He went out so hard, Will Battersall. He really put himself on the line. He's the first finisher Will Battersfield for Bristol and West. There's the second, Jack Miller. Peter Malloy from Western Tempo. Another Tunbridge athlete here. Number 6 to score, Alex Howard. Bristol and West with their third finisher, Peter LeGrice. There's Sam Eglin from Aldershot. They're going to be in the mix for a team medal. Owen Hine from Kent. Well, at the minute it looks like it will be Tunbridge who take the title in the team competition, but we wait and see. Actually, there's the fourth finisher for Bristol and West, Flynn Jennings, and Tunbridge with their fourth finisher just behind. So was it, I think it was Jamie McDonald, their fifth finisher. Tunbridge, is that another Tunbridge vest? Well, Alex Hampson there, delighted to cross the line. Alistair Watson from Notts AC, brilliant performance from him. Joe Firth from Leeds City, Highgate vest here. Flurry Grierson, that is. Another Highgate vest with Terence Forden. Camp Davidson. Salford are not going to be far off a great finish. That's George Beardmore for them. And Ewan Spencer. I think maybe this could be the next finishes from Bristol. Wow. It's Tunbridge that have taken the team title for 2026. Harry Wakefield just losing his legs across the line there. What a brilliant performance from him. Wow. Bristol and West only 35 places behind in second. They couldn't quite retain their title from last year. They will take second in the team competition. In Salford Harriers, I think we're waiting to see, yes, Salford Harriers with a third place finish for them. Again, not too far ahead of Leeds City. Wow. Tunbridge stepping up to get the job done in the team competition, but individually, Hugo Milner, I mean, that was a brilliant race between Hugo Milner and James Kingston. Midway round that third lap, he just managed to push on and hammer home. He's so good, Hugo Milner. James Kingston, the champion from 3 years ago, getting silver. Richard Slade, the champion from last year, getting bronze. And Callum Johnson, the champion from 6 years ago, getting fourth. 4 former champions, all in the top 4. The script wrote itself. Ted Higgins, the UK indoor medalist from last week's 3,000 metres, picking up 5th. But that senior men's race, Hugo Milner, the champion, that one will last long in the memory. What a day we've had here in the northeast, in County Durham. 10 races, 10 champions, 4 fly carb super sprint champions, and a brilliant day, all supported by Sports Shoes with Nike. A big thank you to Sedgfield Harriers for hosting us here at the wonderful Hardwick Country Park. I do hope we'll be back. I think this is a brilliant course. Great spectators out there as well. And mud and guts, as always, in cross country. Thank you for watching the English National Cross Country Championship for 2026. We'll leave you with all the athletes crossing the line. We won't miss a single one. Until next year, goodbye.
Hi, my name's Connor Bentley and I'm a GB triathlete. And I'm joining Sports Shoes Athletes in Residence for 2026. My aims for next season are sub 29 for the 10k and sub 14 for the 5k. And I'm really looking forward to racing the Alpha Fly this season.